Georgia Cattlemen's Association, and he has judged local, state, and national beef cattle shows in 25 states and in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Kyle Gooley, for being today's judge. From Madison County 4-H, Haston Doug, Franklin County 4-H, Mason Farmer, Jackson 4-H, Rhett Farmer, Jackson 4-H, Connor McQuaig, Madison County 4-H, Hallie Roper, Franklin County 4-H, and Ryder Clark, Franklin County 4-H. First call in the barn, junior showmanship. First call in the barn, junior showmanship. Ladies and gentlemen, after our showmanship classes, we will go right into the steer show, and we will finish today's festivities with all of our pepper classes.
certainly, first off, I want to say thank you for having me. Secondly, thank you for starting with an invitation. No better way to kick off any event in this world than asking the Lord to be a part of it. So thank you for doing that. And certainly to EMC and your sponsors for putting an event like this together. You don't just do this overnight. This takes a lot of manpower, but most importantly, it takes wonderful people to help put some funds together and some donations. And let's thank EMC this morning for sponsoring this event. Put your hands together right off the bat. I was probably showing a little bit of my age. I've been in Georgia for 21 years this September. I think maybe Jackson County was probably one of the first shows that I judged. I don't know when that was, probably 20 years ago. May have been at the high school, but that's the last time I've been up here for a show, so I must not have done a very good job. It's taken me 20 years to get them back. But no, I don't do a lot of these local things anymore, probably largely because I know so many people here in Georgia. But you know, I'm going to see familiar faces today because Georgia is such a family when it comes to the livestock industry. So no matter how much time you spend here, you're going to form great relationships. And let's face it, that's what this industry truly is all about. And so it's an honor to be a part of it. Thank you again for inviting me to come evaluate these cattle and most importantly, your kids. I'll make no bones about it right off the bat. Showmanship is not my favorite activity at a cattle show. I love to evaluate cattle, and I can tell you as the day goes on, everything I like and maybe dislike about your animal. The hardest thing on the planet is to tell parents, grandparents, aunts, and uncles what you may not like about their children. And so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do my best to tell you the things that I like. I'm going to talk to a fair amount of these kids one-on-one. I'm not even going to promise that I talk to everyone individually. We'll see how the morning goes. But showmanship is something that I think a lot of people make harder than what it really is. I think these kids need to understand, they need to be trained. There is no difference between showmanship and the regular portion of the show. You want your animal to be presented to the best of your ability at all times. So I hope these kids don't change from 2 hours from now when they're showing these cattle to present them to me. They need to do it the same regardless of when they're in the show ring. But we start out this morning with our youngest kids in a really top-end group. I think a lot of it, I don't know how long these kids have been showing. To me, it looks like experience places these kids more than anything. I'm going to place them in the order as they stand with the young man in the cowboy hat up at the top end. He'll be your champion. He does a really good job, and you can tell that kid has been in the ring a time or two. He gets that Hereford number set up very, very well and efficiently and effectively right out the gate. He gets those feet where they need to be, make sure heads up. He does a really nice job. Congratulations this morning for winning this really good class. Young man with the spear coming in next behind him does a really nice job. At times I told him, control that show stick just a little bit. Both of these individuals maybe need to just keep that show stick by their side. But he gets that calf set up really, really good. Gets those feet square underneath it. Again, I can tell that young man has had some experience in the show ring. The roan calf that the individual's got next, he does a nice job. Keeps that calf's head up. At times he was the one I indicated, make sure you got that show stick where it needs to be. Whether you're pulling that calf into place, whether you're walking the ring, I want to see that show stick by your side where it's not getting in somebody's way. You're not going to accidentally hit your calf or the calf in front of you. Just slow down a little bit. Use longer strides with that show stick out here. But you do a really nice job. Next couple individuals, young lady does a nice job. Right out the gate, when we pull these calves in side by side, she kind of had that upper's head down. Make sure, I told her, always keep that upper's head. I don't foot out of place on an animal. But if that head is down, that changes the entire dynamics of that animal. So always make sure you keep these heads up on these calves. And then the young man with another Hereford heifer out here does a really nice job. Again, I would say that individual has probably the least amount of experience in relation to a couple other exhibitors out here. But I think there's so much room to grow. Young man does a nice job. He's got a nice heifer. I told him, make sure he knows where I am at all times. He's so easy going. Sometimes he forgets what the ultimate purpose of showing this calf is, but he does a great job. If you will, please give these kids a great round of applause for me today. Great start to the morning.
Congratulations, and what a wonderful way to start our show this morning with our novice showmanship. Our champion novice showman is Connor McQuaid from the Madison County 4-H chapter. Our reserve champion novice showman is Ryder Clark from Franklin County 4-H. In third, Haston Dove, Franklin 4-H. Fourth, Hallie Rover in Franklin 4-H. And rounding out our class, Calvin McQuaid from Madison County 4-H. Now entering the ring is junior showmanship. These are showmen in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. This morning's class is made up of Margaret Wilburn, Jefferson City Middle FFA, Millie Burns, Banks County 4-H, Weston Wilson, Madison County FFA, Hunter Major, Hall County 4-H, Parker Clark, Franklin County 4-H, Bo Knight, Madison County 4-H, Ella Huell, Hall County FFA, Chloe Sanchez, Hall County FFA, and Paige Spence, Faro County FFA.
Cowboys already leading through. Trust me, I'm not picking on cowboy hats just because I'm wearing one. But this young man comes out just with a lot of confidence and showing his heifer. She's not one to walk the best in the world. We talked about that sometimes your animal can hinder you in showmanship. But he's patient. He lets that heifer kind of go at her own pace and what she wants to do. But he just does the best of the group in terms of getting this heifer set up as quickly and efficiently as possible, and then just goes to scratching. He's got a nice heifer to show today. Congratulations for winning this tough division. Young lady behind him, I'm not sure if she's the best at the group out on the move. I'd probably have her down a couple of spots in terms of when she switches her hand and walks the scap into place. But once she does get that animal set up, I think she rises to the top very quickly for me in terms of keeping her head up, her legs are right underneath her. Those are the big things in showmanship. Presenting that animal to the best of your ability. So like I said, be careful when you get down here in these corners, how much room you leave between you and the other calves. Give your time give yourself plenty of time to walk into place. She does a great job, just like right now. Probably does the best job when she gets the calves set up of anybody out here. Young man with the caramel colored stout heifer does a nice job. He's just very calm, very relaxed. I don't think he's the most aggressive showman out here. And I don't need that. I don't need somebody to come out and stare me down or just really be too authoritative. This young man's easygoing, and sometimes maybe a little too easygoing. Maybe he doesn't get those feet perfect underneath this heifer, but he does such a good job of letting her just be calm and relaxed, and that's important to me. So the young man can do a nice job as well. Young man in the blue shirt, got a nice big black heifer, does a nice job. Out here again, another calm individual. I told him up here at the end, he kind of moves around a little bit. He moves wherever I move. And I want to show him, once you get that animal stopped and set up, get it into place, and you just stand there with it. Stand there right next to it, and he moves a little bit with me whenever I walked around, and he kind of followed me. You stand right where you're at, and then go ahead. And I also told him when he walked into place, make sure he switches that show stick and show halter, and he kind of keeps them all in one hand when that animal stops. I want to see a little more preparation. This young lady does a nice job. Another young lady probably does her best after she gets her heifer set up. What I told her most importantly, the way she was holding that halter was a little bit too far up over that heifer's head, and I see that. What I want to see is the heifer's head. So I told her maybe at home to practice on holding that halter just a little bit differently for me, but another young individual does a great job getting that heifer set up very quickly. Some showmen on down the lineup. The next young lady, I said I appreciate her helping that young lady when they first came into the ring and helping that heifer in front of her get to moving. Sportsmanship is a big part of showmanship, and she definitely did that. Maybe doesn't get these feet set up perfectly at all times. Maybe doesn't get her head set up and cocked up right at all times. But another young lady does a nice job of letting that heifer be calm and collected out here and appreciate your hard work. This young man does probably a really good job and it could be further up the lineup. I discounted him here towards the end of the class and it happened. But I think he was thinking the young lady in front of him, I pulled out of the lineup, which I did. She was just moving her heifer. So what he did was move up into the lineup and filled her spot where I had to move her down. So always be aware, you're not just looking for the judge to show you where to go, but watch what the judge is doing with other exhibitors as well and make sure you need to be in the right spot. And then, of course, it's always important to move forward, but only if that spot is open. Young lady, you do a nice job as well. You get your heifer parked and set up quickly. The one thing I told her here when we walked these heifers and we had this gentleman scooping manure down here, that she cut off way too much of the corner. We had, 8, 9, 10 exhibitors out here make use of the whole ring. And when you start cutting corners, all of a sudden the whole ring gets jammed up. just because of one person. So always make sure you utilize all the room that you can in a ring of this size. And then the young lady to conclude the class, not a last place showman. You do a nice job. I tell people often, sometimes our cattle can indicate where we're going to be in showmanship. When you bring a baby calf out here that maybe the first time ever showing, you're probably not giving yourself much of an advantage out here. Main thing, I appreciate her patience. She didn't get worked up. She didn't get critical on this calf not cooperating. So she just lets the calf do her thing, and that's a big part of it. So nice job doing that. Again, if the calf was a little bit older and more experienced, let you show off your showmanship abilities just a little bit better than what she did today. Again, let's give them another nice round of applause. Just
Congratulations to our champion junior showman, Mr. Bo Knight of Madison County 4-H. Our reserve champion junior showman, Millie Burns, Banks County 4-H. Third place, Madison County FFA's Weston Wilson. Hunter Major from Hall County 4-H is in fourth, followed by Margaret Wilburn of the Jefferson City Middle FFA. In sixth place, Miss Ellen Ewell from the Hall County FFA, followed by Parker Clark, Franklin County 4-H. In eighth place, Miss Paige Spence of the Barrow County FFA. And rounding out our class, Miss Chloe Sanchez, Hall County FFA. Now entering the ring is Heat 1 of Intermediate Showmanship. Intermediate Showmanship is made up of showmen in 9th and 10th grade.
any more thorough. The two young ladies here that we're going to leave out, unfortunately, still do an awesome job. All five of these young ladies have done an exceptional job. I told the young lady up front, sometimes people will tell you being in the front of the lineup is the best place to be. Sometimes it's the worst. This calf doesn't want to be. And so she was trying to walk him into place, and the further she did it, the closer she got to those pins. And so that's again, a love-hate relationship that you've got with being in the front of the lineup. Young lady with the red cap behind her does a nice job. And sometimes those feet weren't perfect for me. And she was stretched at times, this calf maybe didn't have his head up at times. So again, perfection, we try to get the closest to as possible, but at the same time, there's a young lady out here that here at the end, that doesn't always have that effort to operate the best in the world, but I see a perfectionist in that young lady that she's a better showman than what her efforts let her be, and so I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. But really a tough division. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and we'll bring these three young ladies back in a moment.
County 4-H, Miss Kate Gilbert, Banks County FFA, and Ellen Kate Strickland, Madison County FFA. Tremendous effort from Hadley Murray from Lumpkin County FFA, Linda Bartle from Lumpkin County FFA, and Calvary Henderson, Franklin County 4-H. Heat 2 of Intermediate Showmanship. This is comprised of Miss Keaton Schultz, Jackson County FFA, Kinsley Strong, Barrow County FFA, Megan Martin, Barrow County FFA, Riley Moon, Madison County FFA, and Tabitha Parrish, Lumpkin County FFA.
come out and get their cattle presented the quickest and the most efficiently and effectively for me right off the bat. The young lady here in the teal shirt towards the end, I tell her to be a little more patient. I think she's letting that number of times get the best of her. She does a nice job once that number stops and gets set up. Be just a little more patient with her. The young lady that I'm going to leave out first, that's not going to unfortunately make it back, she does a nice job. She gets this effort set up very, very well. Unfortunately, it's kind of the process I get concerned with, especially, just like I said in the last heat, being in the front of the lineup can sometimes work to your advantage, sometimes it can work to a disadvantage. It worked to her disadvantage because when she pulled this heifer out to walk her back into place, she got wedged in that corner. Instead of facing her out towards me, she started facing towards that corner, and we don't want to do that from a judge's perspective. Young man does a nice job. Best thing he did, he leaves plenty of room between him and the calf in front of him. I told him down here in this corner, unfortunately, everything was side profile, and he was kind of perpendicular. So in a corner setting, what I like to do is kind of cut that corner off at an angle where I can still see that individual from the profile without having to come around and look at her at an awkward angle. But these three are going to come back. Congratulate all 5 individuals for me again, if you will, and look forward to your champion lineup in your intermediate division. 6 individuals nice round of applause before we talk about it. This is certainly probably the most competitive group that we've had thus far. Young lady up front does a nice job. I said she's probably done the best job of being up front so far today. That can be a tough spot to be in, as I've remarked a couple of times. But she's let that number kind of work her own magic, and again, don't get wedged in that corner. There's times that number's feet aren't perfect. Over here when we first came in, I told her I'd like to have those first set up a little bit differently. Some people like them square. I guess I grew up setting cattle up square when the cattle are side by side and then staggering them on the profile. Do one or the other. She was kind of right there in between in a little bit of an awkward stance. Young lady behind her, I made the remark in her heat, she's a better showman than what her heifer wants her to be. And again, I say it probably every time I judge showmanship. Your animals will often dictate your job and your performance. This heifer just doesn't want to walk the best in the world. So I said, best thing to do with this heifer, she's a nice heifer, she sets up well, so capitalize on that. Unfortunately, when we're out here moving, she doesn't want to do that. So that hurts her in showmanship, unfortunately. To that point, the young lady behind her does an exceptional job. However, I said, we need to help the young lady out in front of her. There was times, especially when we cut around here on the corner at the start of the class, this heifer didn't want to walk, and that's where I rely on the showman behind to either kind of tap him with her show stick or twist her tail, do something to help your fellow exhibitors out. And that's the one remark I'd make on her, a little more sportsmanship from that standpoint. Young lady behind her, again, a heifer that probably doesn't want to be a showmanship heifer today. A little bit lazy, a little bit stubborn, and out on the move, she kind of gets her head down. That's where I told her, make sure you keep that heifer's head up. Even if she's being a little stubborn, be patient. And then at the same time, show me that you're having a good time. She maybe that heifer gets the best of her out here in showmanship, but she does a nice job getting her shown. Young lady behind her beat me to the punch. When we first pulled in on the profile, she kind of had that corner at a perpendicular location. And I told the gentleman in that last heat, whether it's right or wrong, what I like to do is kind of angle down there in that corner. So from a judge's perspective, I see uniformity. Instead of having to come down here and see these cattle on the profile, I can kind of see that nice natural curve. Unfortunately, when you got a show ring that's a square or a rectangle, you got to make your own curves, right? But she did that once I got down here and started talking to these young ladies. Young lady at the end, she doesn't like a second person out here, so she didn't get to want me to talk to her very well. But she does a nice job. She never changes design. She's always the same when she's walking that heifer, and then when she stops and gets that heifer set up. That heifer's a little bit different in her hind leg structure. So to me, at times, maybe it appears that she's got that heifer stretched a little bit. I think both of these young ladies do a great job. That heifer in front of her typically has that hind leg just a little bit more natural up underneath her, whereas this one starts to look a little bit stretched at times. But keep an eye on those feet and legs where they need to be, and you've done a nice job as well. So give them one more round of applause. I'm actually going to do it a little bit differently this time. I'm going to pull them last, and we'll have your champion come out there at the end. We'll make her champion last. So thank you again. Really, really tough division.
championship, our winner of our intermediate championship showman, Miss Keaton Schultz from the Empower Jackson FFA chapter. Our reserve champion, Kate Gilbert, Banks County FFA. Third place, Riley Moon, Madison County FFA. Fourth place, Ella Kate Strickland, Madison County FFA. And in fifth place, Miss Lakin Seagraves, Jackson County 4-H. In sixth place, Megan Martin, Barrow County FFA. Now entering the ring is Heat 1 of Senior Showmanship. Heat 1 has showmen in 11th and 12th grade. In today's class, we have Anna Dale from Banks County FFA, Ava Smith, Franklin County FFA, Bo Allen, Barrow County FFA, Brantley Mergen, Winder Barrow FFA, Elizabeth Nix, Barrow County FFA, and Miss Emma Patton, Empower Jackson FFA.
as we get into our senior division, another competitive lineup. I think the three young ladies come out and probably hit me the hardest early on. I often tell people, in showmanship, there's natural ability to all of us. God gives every one of us gifts and talents. And we can teach a lot of showmanship, a lot of livestock skills. But just like athletes, just like musicians, singers, doctors, lawyers, the Lord equips us with our own gifts. And I watched it. I often tell this story. My wife and I have a son and daughter. Our son's the oldest. Started him showing when he was about 7 years old. And we grew up showing, so we wanted to give our kids the same opportunity. We didn't force it on them, but we wanted to expose them to it. So he started showing, and he did a nice job, but it came natural to Jennifer and I. I watched him, and I didn't see that God-given gift as a cow showman. But I watched that kid when he was about 5, 6, 7 years old on the baseball field, and he was fast, and he had hand and eye coordination that's very unusual for a child, and yeah, I'm bragging on my son. But that's where he was gifted, was on the baseball field. And so I pick up on these kids probably by the time they hit the second panel, whether I think they're probably going to make the cut in showmanship, because there's just a natural presence that they have to them. And I think these three young ladies come out here and they gave me that. The three exhibitors on the side that aren't going to come back for your final, young lady does a nice job. I said, keep her head up, get her feet. She needs to work on those feet at home a little bit more, where that makes that heifer more attractive, and have fun out here. She kind of just is going with the motion. I want her to have a little more fun and showmanship. Young man behind her does a nice job. Again, probably doesn't always know right where those hind legs need to be on that heifer. Maybe get her set up just a little bit differently today. Always keep that head up. Same goes for the young man. He had that halter bunched up, and that's kind of my pet peeve. We can do a lot of things with a show halter. I don't want to see that halter. I don't want to see it wrapped around your hand. I don't want to see it bunched up. Always trim that lead strap to a manageable level where it's not dragging the ground, but it's not 4 inches short either. So just a little nitpicky things, but I told him this heifer just needs to be worked with at home a little bit more, because she can either get those legs up underneath her because she's a little bit sickle-off, or she can get that hind leg really far back. So she's going to be a tough one to always, where's that hind leg need to be exactly underneath her. Another really good division here. Put your hands together. We'll bring our three young ladies back out momentarily.
Congratulations! Making it out of Heat 1, Miss Anna Dale from the Banks County FFA, Ava Smith, Franklin County FFA, and Miss Emma Patton from the Jackson and Power FFA. Heat 2 of our senior showmanship has showmen in 11th and 12th grade. Miss Hallie Elrod, Jackson County FFA. Josie Talbert, Franklin County 4-H. Carly Bowers, Barrow County FFA. Kirsten Adams, Lumpkin County FFA. Kinsley Hayes, Barrow County FFA. Landon Clark, Hall County 4-H. And Lily Johnson, Lumpkin County FFA.
Three individuals that pulled off to the side will bring back out for your senior finals. All do a tremendous job and get the job done very quickly. These two young ladies do a nice job. This heifer here, I told her, is a really nice heifer and pretty good structure. Work with her at home to know exactly where those legs need to be. Right here, she's a little bit stretched. And then there was times that hind leg can get up underneath her. So the more you work with these cattle at home to know exactly, that's probably about as good as she's been standing right there. So that young lady does a nice job of staying calm and collected, but always make sure those feet are as close to perfect underneath her as you can get. Young lady behind her, I said this heifer probably needs to have a little more time spent at home tied up and then leaning around with her head up. She's pretty easy at getting that head down, and with that type of heifer, the lower it gets, the more off balance that heifer gets, so it's harder for a judge to look at. So she needs just a little more maintenance on the home front to get that heifer used to keeping her head up and more natural out here from a show ring standpoint. Give all 5 exhibitors a round of applause for me. We're going to see you back now.
Congratulations, making it out of Heat 2, Miss Hallie Elrod, Jackson and Power FFA, Landon Clark, Hall County 4-H, and Lily Johnson, Lumpkin County FFA.
another good division. Brought 4 out of, I think these exhibitors all just kind of rise to the top effectively, efficiently, in their showmanship skills. They get these heifers set up very, very quickly and get your attention. And I don't need for you to get my attention as a judge for anything that you do, but it's all about the animal. If I see that animal almost picture perfect out here in the ring, that's what it's about. But I don't want you to get too critical on trying to pick at the fence and do too much, because sometimes the more you do in showmanship, the more it hurts you. So let that animal really do the work for you. And with that being said, a lot of that happens at home. Showmanship doesn't start as soon as you get to the show. It's how much you work with these cattle on the home front, and then you bring them to a show, and that ought to be the easiest part of it all. That's easier said than done sometimes. The 3 out here that are left-standing, these 3 young ladies do a nice job. Whether it's maybe something they did or the calves not cooperating the best in the world, experience level, they do a nice job. Again, the first 2 calves being a little stubborn out here. Don't want to get set up, don't want to get those feet underneath them, quite like I need to see them. But the young ladies don't give up, and they're very patient. I love that about them. Young lady down here on the end probably needs just a little more experience in the show ring. Leaving room, as I told her down here when she was on the end, kind of walking that heifer into place and making sure those feet are where they need to be. And a lot of that, again, starts at home. Let's give them a round of applause. Another really, really competitive meet.
Congratulations. Making it out of Heat 3, Mr. Luke Wheatley of the Banks County FFA, Maggie Moon, Madison County FFA, Mallory Lee, Madison County FFA, and Wyatt Waddell, Barrow County 4-H. Once everyone gets staged, it will then be our championship drive for senior showmanship.
Well, it's been a privilege to work through your showmanship classes today, and this is the end of it here with your senior finals, and a really, really good group. But let's start by giving them a round of applause. These kids work hard and good. As I stated at the start, I'm not a huge showmanship fan. I just love cattle. I love kids too, but I'd rather judge cattle than judge the kids. Because all these kids are good. Some of them, as I said earlier, are natural born showmen and will probably prosper in the livestock industry because that's what God designed them to do. Others are probably doing this maybe because mom and dad wanted to. Maybe it's a good hobby. Maybe it's just something that they're interested in. But maybe there's better things in life out there, and that's okay. I'm just glad you're out here doing this because what a neat way, a neat thing to get our kids involved. And I don't want to sway people from not doing it by saying, you know, it's a God-given gift. Because, man, what better way to raise your kids up than in agriculture and in the livestock industry. I know this area. In my 20-plus years of living in Georgia, you don't have to be here very long to know the prestige that comes in this part of the state. The breeders, the livestock families, the support system that's up here is so important. And I love that it's an agricultural community and that you're proud of it and you show it by your support of these kids. And again, I thank you for doing that. Here in showmanship, this is a tough group. And by the time you get to this division, I'm guessing most of these kids have done this for several years, probably since the time they were in those early divisions. We've had some older kids out here that maybe just kind of fell into it in the last few years. When I get to the senior division, I don't talk to these kids one-on-one here as much because I guess I'm to the point at this level you either got it or you don't. And we can spend a lot of time out here talking to particulars, but you've seen me, what I've been looking for the last hour or two already this morning. And again, I just look for these kids. The best way I can sum it up is if I'm showing cattle at a show, whether it's at the state fair or a national show, I'm looking for the kids that if I've got 2, 3, 4 animals in the same class, I'm going to go get these kids to come show my animals for me because they do it to the best of their ability and they just do it in a natural form and we've got that out here. This is going to be probably the toughest lineup that I've had to place today and it should be that way. I've gone to a lot of shows where surprisingly some of the youngest kids are the most competitive. But I think here today in Jackson County you ought to be pretty proud of your senior division. Let's put our hands together for them one more time on a really good move. I think what I'll do is the same as I did in that previous division, and I'll start at the bottom. We've got, I think, 10 out here. So I'll start with 10, and I'll probably end up with the top 2 or 3 here that I'll look through, and I'll show you how I like those. But it's been a pleasure to work with your kids and showmanship today.
8:05 to 8:45.
Judge these cattle now instead of your children and pick a little bit on differences and what these cattle are built like structurally and compositionally at this steer level. These are younger, lightweight steers, and so we're not going to talk about market readiness, but we're going to talk about some differences. Yeah, black steer lead out first. This black steer, I think, is just a little looser structure today that the young man's got. He's a longer body. He's a little hollowed out. I'd like to see him just a little fuller today in relation to the white steer that's in second. This steer, I think, in terms of long-term, his structure advantage, his looseness, his freedom to walk, and still length of body, I think that's going to be a really neat steer several months down the road because of those things. Initially, I thought that hind leg was a little wonky when he gets out on the move, down to his hop. But when he gets out in the straightaway, there's definitely more flex and freedom to that calf. He's not as muscular as a white steer in second. We can bring that calf on around. As you get your hands on these two steers, there's definitely more meat animal shape. There's definitely more stifle in the center quarter to that steer. And so if you want to start with him, I won't argue with you. This steer concerns me a little bit at this point in the game. Structurally, he opens up a little bit at the front of his shoulders. He gets tighter and more restricted in his hop and pasture. And so I think long term, I don't think that's a bad structured steer. I just see that black steer being looser today and having a little more advantage long term because of it. But I do think that's the steer that dominates the trio in terms of true red meat. The young man steer includes the glass, short horn influence gap, bone steer, got beautiful topping. He comes right out of the top of his shoulder, so straight, so level down his top. We like that about him. A decent structured steer probably moves out with the most freedom off of his front end, as he's got some angle to his shoulder, bladed, smoother and flatter to that shoulder than the two steers above him today. And as you work your way back compositionally, he's going to be a steer that moves on finish and condition probably the quickest of the three, because he's just going to be a quicker maturing calf. Not that that works to his disadvantage, because I think he'll be more market ready early. I think that's a steer that's going to have some true meat. Like I said, maybe just from a show perspective, doesn't balance up quite as neat as the steers ahead of him. Ways of saying this steer behind him, the composition has got a little more on him. This steer has got some shoulder to him in relation to the red steer, but I'm okay with that. It's not a big, coarse, open shoulder because he's got so much from behind that I think it matches. So I think he blends very well. I could probably make him, to make him better, I'd like to make him neater down his top. He wants to get a little weaker right there in the center top portion of the spine. then wants to drop in his pins ever so slightly. So I'd probably like to see a little neater top, kind of like the steer that's going to be in second. Steer in second, long body frame. This calf has got some length of muscle and next to the rib in him, and I like that about him. I don't know that he's as long fronted to match the length that he's got from his shoulder back. And again, I think compositionally is why he weighs pretty similar to the caramel colored steer ahead of him. There's not as much to this calf as you get in front and behind. I love how smooth and laid in he is at his shoulder, but he kind of gets a little flatter and narrows up towards that the base of his quarter and stifle muscle today in relation to the steer ahead of him. But long enough striding, going to be an easy steer to feed out and still have some structural integrity long term. Nice pair of calves there.
With money and influence for our students in the livestock showmanship ring today.
Nice trio of steers weighing over 1,000 here. I'm going to start with the young man's great calf up front. I think the nicest balance of the three and easily the soundest and the most long-term calf, I think, in terms of being one out that's going to maintain compositionally, maintain structure, integrity, and still be one that you can maybe take out in the show ring and really kind of be competitive with. I love him out on the move. He's the calf that never changes, whether he's on the stand or out traveling today. He's the most flexible and free in his joint. He's pretty hard to handle, so there's plenty of days ahead of him for him to lay some finish down that top over that rib. But you get around behind this calf, I think an appropriate steer in terms of muscle shape and how he carries that down deep into his quarter. The black and white steer is second. It is the thickest tendon of the three. Is also the widest up front. He opens up pretty good in his shoulder, but he's got lots to carry with that back end. Beautiful top, a lot of turn to his top. That's why he's the heaviest out here, as he's just putting the most meat animal shape down on the scales. Out on the move is where I struggle with this steer. He just gets awful rigid and restricted in his passions today. I don't think that's going to hinder him when he gets to his max weight. But from the show ring perspective, I do need to lay him meter in at the point of his shoulder and relax him from his hop down to his ankle as he goes. The steer in third, the biggest, the longest body, the most extended steer we've had in your show today, is just a little green for his frame. He's going to be got a pretty good growth curve to him. I like that advantage of the pounds that he's going to provide because of his skeletal length. From a breeding perspective, that's what adds pounds to cattle, is length of body. He certainly has that. I'd just like to tone him down probably in terms of his size and scale out here. It's going to take him longer to probably get to that marker point as those two steers ahead of him today because of that size and extension. But I think his length of body still moves really well. I think he's the second best moving steer of the three. Again, he just gets a little tubular and his rib gets a little bit narrow from behind as he walks away from you. Good trio of steers here to conclude the steer show.
Congratulations to our
good calves today. I think a nice lineup. The black calf up front, just very pleasing to the eye. Again, as I said in class, I think down the road that's going to be a steer that you're going to like even better. The more that he fills out, the more he gets some center body, because he is so long body, it's going to take him a little bit longer to get all the things working right together as you feed that one out. But I think because of the structural integrity, his length of body, and still I feel like a good show steer, that's a good steer down the road for sure. I don't know that he's in contention at this point in relation to the two Skyler steers behind him. The caramel colored steer here in second is one that you're drawn to very quickly. The thickest ended of the three. Now I don't know that he's the nicest balanced. That steer is so good in terms of his bone work. He's not perfect footed, but he's got a nice big foot underneath him. He's got some bone. A little bit of joint to him in terms of having a little puffiness maybe to his hocks today, but not going to get real critical on him. What I said in class that I'd like to change it more than anything is down his top, where he sets up in the top side of his shoulder, comes into that center rib, comes up in his rump and his jump bone, and then sets down maybe a little lower in his pin set, just like to balance him up neater, like the steer behind him. I think that's a distinct advantage to that gray calf today that is neater balanced down his top line. That sure is a steer you have to appreciate as you get around behind the three. The steer the young man's got to conclude that last class, again, is so nice from the profile. He's just appropriate. That's probably the best word I can use to describe him. He's appropriate in terms of his neck shoulder forward junction, and how smooth and laid in he is at his shoulder, and still got some top shape. Still got some future in terms of composition. So neat down his top, thick enough from behind. I maybe a steer that deceives you when they're made that nice from the side, or they're going to have maybe as much power from behind. I don't know that he's got as much stifle and center quarter as the steer in front of him, but there is definitely appropriate muscle to that steer. His main advantage again is his top line, his balance, his structural integrity. I'm going to use him to win today. Congratulations. We'll bring in the second place behind him. Now we've got two steers that probably match a little bit closer in terms of their build and their muscularity and their meat animal shape between the steer and from the second class and our second place steer that we bring out. Again, this steer has got a lot of quality to him, a lot of power down his top. He too is better down his top line than the steer that stands right before him, but I also think he opens up more in his shoulder. Again, as I talked to him in class, just a little more restricted and rigid in his pasturage as he goes. I like your caramel colored steer here to be reserved. Congratulations. We'll move straight into your heifer show here today and go with our Angus first. And the single entry, nice April heifer young lady brings us out here. Really thin and really attractive front of her head, her neck extension, long enough body, enough center body in terms of her depth of rib. I don't know how much she's going to have in terms of power through the upper portion of her skeleton. We'll bring her back out and see some of these older heifers shortly. The main thing I do with her today is probably make her a little more coordinated off of that hind leg. I think she's got pretty good form and angle from her stifle down to the ground. But as you get her out traveling today, maybe just a touch more awkward from her hock down to her passion, the way she moves off those rear two and then gets those hocks closer together. But nice way to start your Angus show here this morning. Congratulations.
What a beautiful exhibition from Miss Hattie Elrod of the Jackson Empower with Jackson 4-H. Excuse me, this is Jackson 4-H.
And I'm not one of the first remarks I'll make, don't get the wrong impression. I'm not a hair guy. I don't need these things to be, immaculate in terms of fit jobs. We're not fitting these cattle today probably in this show, but probably a little fresher hair, fresher appearing number that wins, and also internally, not just in terms of hair, but I think just a fresher appearing female. More attractive, probably, I'm an Angus breeder, and I talk about breed character a lot. I'm probably more drawn to the front end on this heifer as much as anything between the two. Beautiful headed, not skinny neck, but appropriate in her neck design, how she's laying it at the front of her shoulder. Maybe a little bit tighter in her heart. I'm not going to say a disadvantage or advantage to either one of them, because I think the heifer in second probably has a little more shoulder and can give you the same look. But I see natural body depth from her elbow back, really attractive back to her hip and hind leg structure today. The heifer that's going to be in second, again, maybe not quite as pretty up to her front end, and yet still very broody. This is a brood cow prospect. Between her front end, between her volume and capacity, and her shape from behind, I certainly think her best days are way ahead of her. Still sound, still good-footed, still flexible in her joint structure. Maybe shuffles at the ground a little more than the heifer that leads off. I think the heifer that wins probably picks that foot up and sets down with a bit more authority. Even though this heifer's long striding, she kind of maybe shuffles that hind leg up underneath her and isn't built quite as nice. I think I made a comment in showmanship on that heifer. Not quite the perfect hind leg as what you see in the heifer that wins the class. Two high-quality March females.
Thank you, Judge Galooly. As you can tell, we're having a changeover and announcement. I'm sorry that you don't get the expert announcing Ms. Merck for the remainder of the day. She's our money lady, so she's going back to make sure everyone gets paid. Placings from the class, first place goes to Allie Elrod of Jackson 4-H. Second to Ms. Kate Gilbert of Banks County FFA. Kyle's the manager of CES Predestined Cattle, purebred Angus and Hereford operation in Whately, Georgia. Kyle's a native of Indiana and a 2002 graduate of Purdue University, where he was a member of the livestock catching team. Kyle grew up in the cattle barns and exhibited both Angus and Herefords, which is how he met his wife Jennifer. They have two children, Grant and Diana Kate. Kyle is also a past president of the Georgia Cattlemen's Association, and has judged local, state, and national beef shows in 25 states as well as Canada. Please put your hands together for Mr. Kyle Galooly.
Class Angus heifers here, quality all the way from top to bottom for sure. I think it comes down to really a two-pair class if you want to term this as a judging contest. These two rise to the top very quickly and differently for different reasons. I think there's more to the heifer than wins. As you get right on top of them, analyze them from the top of their shoulder back to their tail head, just a little more power down their top. This heifer is beautiful in terms of her rib shape, lovely depth and uniformity from her elbow back to her flank. If I change this heifer and make her more ideal today, I think this is where the advantage comes to the heifer in second. Clean her up in her brisket. This heifer's a little trimmer down through her chest floor. I don't get real critical on that in cattle because I think sometimes a little more chest offers a little more brood cow potential. And so that's just more of an observation from the showroom. Maybe the thing I would change the most, and it's not a bad hind leg, I'd like to make her just a little more practical in the way that a hock and pasture joint sits down. Now, here's the case that I'll build for her. I'm not a fan of turf. Now, I love these facilities. I love ag complexes that are really, really good. Cattle don't walk on this type of environment year-round. And cattle will move differently when you take them out home on dirt, grass, and then when you bring them to a cow show on concrete and turf. So whether that affects her or not, I don't know. But that is a little bit different hind leg in the way she's geared down towards her hock as she travels out here. But a great brood cow, female. Heifer in second, young lady's done a nice job with her, keeping her fresh, really feminine, attractive made. As I said, trimmer in terms of her neck and down to her chest floor today. But as you get around behind the two heifers, there's not as much down her top, there's not as much from her hooks to her fins, and down into that lower quarter as that heifer that leads off ahead of her. But really admire her from the profile. I think the close pair here between third and fourth. For me, I'm going to come out and probably pick the one I can make a better cow out of. This heifer's got a little toe that I could take off of her, but I think she toes straighter away up front. I think there's more structural integrity to that heifer. I see more cow potential to her for me long term. This is probably more of the show heifer. Probably 9 out of 10 show guys who come in are going to swap this pair, and I don't argue with you because this is more of a show heifer. She's also a heifer that's the most upright in her shoulder. She toes out the most of the four. She's more upright in that rear passion. And so structurally today, she concerns me the most, but I do love her show ring presence. She's fresher hair. She's a beautiful top. She's just got some things in the ground I need to change today. But really good class of cattle. folks, you can go to a lot of local steer and heifer shows, not only in Georgia, but around the country. And you probably will be hard pressed to find a heifer that wins your overall championship, much less gets one breed division. This is our first division of the heifer show, and I've got cattle that aren't even in here, some second places that can probably go to state fairs and national shows and be competitive. And what a treat that is, not only for a judge, but it ought to be a treat for you folks that are here watching this show, and certainly the breeders and exhibitors of these cattle, to bring to a local EMC Jackson County show the caliber that you did. I don't know that I need to go through these cattle. I don't typically in bigger shows just for the sake of time. I think maybe this division at least keeps some comments. Nice April heifer up front. Feminine, up-headed, long-fronted. Love the length of neck that she's got. Maybe gets a little weaker at her top because of the length of body that she's got to her, but she's got enough rib, that fullness to her rib down low to bring that situation to her. Whereas we've got a little stronger top cattle further down the lineup. This heifer, as I said in class, where I change her more than anything is off of those rear two, and just the comfort and flexibility and base width that I like to see her travel out with a little better today. Heifer behind her, I think really the sharp one of the Angus show that we've seen today. From the profile especially, she's the heifer I talked in class. Pretty headed, pretty neck, pretty how she's laid in her shoulder. She's fresh. She's a pretty haired female. Not that that makes a world of difference to me, just an observation. But I think just in terms of a female that's comfortable in her stride and been brought along very nice in terms of condition today, she's certainly a contender. I like the heifer behind her. Just in terms of brood cow prospect, that heifer has a world of good. Broody up front, again, she's got some chest, but she's got so much natural rib. The depth from her elbow back to her flank. We feed a lot of depth of body. I don't ever want to get critical on judges, but a lot of judges get captivated by these super deep bodied cattle when they're not really that deep bodied. They're deep down in the base of their belly, but depth of body, which should start when you evaluate where they're at their hip bone, and then you drop down into their flank. That will be a true indication of how deep cattle are naturally. That's a deep body heifer. When you study the depth that she is from her hooks down to her flank today, and still not wasty underneath. This kind of comes up, unfortunately, into a chest floor that has a little more to her. My main thing with her, as I said in class, I'd just like to see her a bit looser and more coordinated in that arm joint today. And again, whether the surface out here plays a role in it, I don't know, but I think in relation to the heifer in front of her today, that's what she gives up, is just that really cool moving hind leg. That's why this heifer in the middle will be your champion today. Congratulations. since I made the remarks on the other three, I think the second place effort is definitely worth some comments. Not as attractive front, left in her neck, and down through that front 1/3, how she's tied in her shoulder forward junction as the heifer that wins and probably the heifer behind her. That heifer's got an advantage today, probably in her midsection for me. Just smoother in that transition into her forward in relation to this heifer. However, as I talked about that heifer's hind leg, this is the heifer that kind of I'm drawn to in terms of more flexibility. Again, when I talk to her class, she shuffles that leg a little bit, but she's so authoritative in her body that I think she's better out on the move. Where my problem is with these two heifers, I like her best out on the move. On the stand, she starts to maybe get a little weaker in that shoulder top junction like I talked about. When you come to this heifer here, the problem with her is probably out on the move. She just isn't as comfortable on her rear leg. But boy, you park that heifer and everything comes together because it never changes. Her strength to top, her strength and smoothness from her shoulder into her forerib. I think it's a close decision. I'm going to walk through it again and I'll show you which one needs to be reserved. Put your hands together for our Angus show again. Very nice stuff, guys. All right, results from our champion Angus Drive. Your champion Angus heifer is shown to Miss Allie Olrod of Jackson County 4-H. Reserve champion is Miss Keaton Schultz of Jackson and Power FFA. Put your hands together for those young ladies. We're now ready for our all other breeds division. Class 4 is a single entry shown by Miss division, just a single entry, nice heifer. I like her at the ground in terms of her foot size. She's got 4 feet that are all the right, appropriate size and toes straight away. She's fighting the halter today. How good and sound she is on those hind two might be a factor of how straight her brain's connected today. But that's a heifer once you stop and get her parked, really attractive in her top line, good top, appropriate body depth. That'll be a fun one to watch grow and develop.
All right, congratulations, Ethan. Class 5 of our All Over Drink show has 2 entries. They are shown by Maggie Moon and Bo Knight of Madison County FFA and Madison County 4-H, respectively. These are October-born females from 2025.
Nice pair of heifers. I'm going to leave them as they stand right here, and I like both of them extremely well for different reasons. I think today you use the red heifer that compositionally is probably a little further along, more appropriate in terms of her fullness to her rib and just right out of the back side of her shoulder and comes down her top. She's stronger in that shoulder top junction. She's bolder through the center portion of her skeleton. That's a brood cow prospect too. I think that's a nice show heifer, but I think best days are way ahead of her as a cow. She's got a little crest to her neck. Here's my problems with her. Maybe gets a little tighter hinged in her knee in relation to the white-legged heifer behind her, but beautiful hind leg structure. Her hip and hind legs really, really good. She's not short-bodied, but she's not as long-bodied as the heifer behind her. And that's why I say this pair of heifers is very, very different today. You come to the white-faced heifer, and I like a lot of things about her. Today she's green, and I don't have a problem with that. These cattle are young. Because of her being a little greener out here today, she looks a little more piecey. And her shoulder top junction through her lower rib today, from her elbow back to her flank, she's probably a notch more tubular, obviously, than the red heifer that stands in front of her. But again, so long body. So I think her best days are way ahead of her as a show heifer. Her neck extension, her length from her shoulder back, and still very, very long striding and good footed. Today again, just not as compositionally further along as the red heifer that's ahead of her today. again, probably a little more flexible down from that knee down to the ground is my biggest advantage with her. But I think a fun pair of cattle to watch grow and develop over the months ahead. The ground, that's probably maybe her best feature is the quality of foot that she stands down on. Really nice single class central there.
Thank you, Judge, and congratulations, Emma. Class 7 is also a single entry shown by Lily Johnson of Lumpkin County, SFA. This is an April 2025 female.
Young lady brings a nice Afro-Brahmin influence heifer here to your AOB show. Single class entry, definitely deserving of competition. Really, really sound. As that heifer goes, she's easy to appreciate. That's probably, for me, when she's at her best. It's because of her angle to her shoulder, her stifle, her hop, her pasture. Her angles are very, very good. And so when she's out here traveling today, she moves just without effort and so much flexibility. Can make her a little bit more attractive out through her rump. Probably more than anything, I'd probably give her a touch more substance today. She worked her way through her bone work, but really, really sound, really been featured cow prospect.
Thank you, Judge, and congratulations, Lily. Class 8 is our final entry in our All Over Breed show. She's shown by Ms. Ella Kate Strickler of Madison County, FFA. This is a November 12th, 2024.
show heifer that's fresh for her age, her feminine features, beautiful head, neck design, how she's tied into her shoulder again as you get to the ground. The heifer I really like in terms of her foot design, big feet, good feet underneath her. Out on the move, maybe not the best hind leg. I think it's a functional hind leg. I think it's a good cowy hind leg. From the show ring perspective, maybe like to see those hocks come out just a little bit, and then to see her set down with more authority in her stride. Maybe just gets a little tight, not in a bad way, just an observation. Again, maybe aesthetically from the profile, you can clean up that navel in her underline, match her body design a little bit neater today. Again, observation things that probably don't make a hill of beans worth a difference long term. I think a really good show heifer, I think a really good cow prospect. Nice heifer. crest to her neck. She's not the most free in her movement. As I said in class, a notch tight in her knee, out on the move from behind. I don't think she's bow-legged, but I think maybe her hock joint follows suit to her knee. Just loosen her up ever so slightly. Shave off the upper side of that neck. Then maybe that's the dominant champion out here. Then you bring in the Charlotte influence tougher, really long body, really feminine featured. I love her length, her neck, and then I like her length from her, the point of her shoulder back. Love her feet. When she gets out on the move, she's wanting to fight halter a little bit, but I think when she finally gets her act together, she dominates the whole group in terms of just freedom and travel, and still have the substance of bone and foot size that I like so well. I think for me today, the easiest thing to do is use her for your champion, and then I think the heifer that's got to follow in terms of type will be the black heifer up front. That red heifer's right in there in contention. Well, let's congratulate these two young ladies on a really nice pair of AOB heifers.
All right, our champion all other breeds heifer is Miss Emma Hatton of Jackson Power FFA. Our now reserve is Miss Keaton Schultz, also Jackson Power FFA. We are now ready for our key influence heifer show. Our first class is a single entry, January 2026, shown by Mr. Luke Wheatley of Banks County FFA.
Young man starts us out in our key influence division, really attractive up-headed female. I really like the head, her neck design, the way she's tied into the front side of her shoulder. Probably my problem with her is from right at that next spot in her body, where her shoulder ties into her forehead and her top. I need to come out a little bit stronger up high and level, and then blend in that shoulder forehead junction just a little neater today. But she's just a baby. And so maybe with time she'll start to fill out in that regard. I think from that center rib on back though, she's a heifer with body and center dimension and muscle to her. Got some flexibility to that hind leg. Not the perfect structured heifer, but I think one that offers some looseness and flexibility as she goes. Nice way to start your show.
All right, congratulations, Luke. Class 9 of our key influence show is Ms. Ella Kate Strickland. This is a single entry, October 2025.
This is an October, this heifer's been eating her weeds. There's a lot of performance to this girl, not even a year old yet. The length of body, she's three-dimensional. She's long, she's deep enough, she's wide enough from behind female that I think her best feature is from her shoulder forward, her angle to her shoulder, where that neck ties in and comes out of her shoulder. We talk oftentimes cattle that come high out of their shoulder, and sometimes those are maybe whether they're
That's where I was a little
neck
too
or
close
whatever
for
you
you.
call them. I think we can get too extreme in that term sometimes, but I think this heifer is appropriate in terms of how high she comes out of her shoulder and pretty headed as well. Again, really high performance when they're in that single class century.
Congratulations, Young Kate. Our final single entry in our Key Influence show is showing Mr. Landon Clark. This is a May 2025 entry.
Another single entry, and as we come out of the October class and move into a May heifer, I see a vast difference, even with her not out here, as we moderate in size to this May class, a female that's more refined, really feminine, really appropriate in terms of her condition today, not as powerful as probably that heifer was certainly that came out of that previous class. She too, like our first class, our January heifer, wants to get a little weaker in that shoulder, forerib, shoulder top junction. I can make her stronger out of there and then make that heifer progressively get wider. She's just a notch flatter through the upper portion of her skeleton, but I think part of that adds to how feminine featured and well balanced she is from the profile. Nice single entry May heifer.
All right, congratulations, Landon. Our final Key Influence class has 3 entries ranging in age from March 20th, 2025 to April 4th, 2025. Exhibitors are Ms. Riley Moon at Madison County FFA, Ms. Layton Seagraves at Jackson County 4-H, and Ms. Emma Patton at Jackson and Howard FFA.
first through third. I think the appropriate heifer is first. I think she's the combination of size and type and kind, femininity, smoothness to her shoulder, just really precision and excellence down the top, especially back to her hip. Her hind leg is good. I'm not going to tell you she's the most powerful moving one that I've seen today, but a really nice way to start this trio out. Come up in size and power to the heifer in second. She is the biggest ended. She is the biggest hop. She's also the heifer that's probably got the most openness to the front side of the shoulder. I think she's good-footed and sound, just like it maybe just, again, make her more appropriate in terms of her front 1/3 and maybe moderate her to match more the type and style of the heifers on either side of her today. Then the heifer that concludes the class from a profile standpoint is probably straight top and slender neck as any of the three. Really like her profile. Get around behind her. She's the flattest to the upper portion of her skeleton. She doesn't carry as much natural body depth and volume and capacity through that center body as the heifers before today. They're really sound, really free moving, but I just need to see a little more of it today.
They ain't gonna know nothing. They gonna come in money. Yeah, we come.
In today's industry, where we're demanding 17, 18, 1900 pound steers, that heifer can offer a lot of pounds of product in return. And so you've got to consider the real world with her in terms of pounds of productivity. And she'll transmit that down to offspring. heifer behind her, then we moderate back pretty quick into our main class, single entry there, really fresh, really feminine, not a lot to her. Again, as I talked to her in class, you can transmit some of the power to the heifer before her into this female in terms of that fore rib and top shape and rear dimension. Then I think that heifer comes into play. The reason I brought our second place, I think most of these were single class entries, but I had a pretty good inkling that our heifer from our fourth class was going to be your champion. That's why I went ahead and brought her second place in. I think the two heifers that went the closest together today, I think the heifers that are most appropriate in terms of usefulness at the ground, the structural integrity, still this heifer's more appropriate in her shoulder, and her strength at top, and her balance on the profile. This heifer offers a tremendous amount of three-dimensional shape, length, depth, boldness to her rib, but still probably pushing a little more shoulder than what I like to see in the one. I'm going to leave those two heifers together for your champion key influence. Congratulations. She brought her out in showmanship earlier this morning and wanting to fight and not wanting to walk the best in the world, and now she comes out, and I think Miss Humper will get better all the time. Now that I mention that, she's going to prove me wrong. So, take her to the surface if all else fails. But that's really nice effort. I think you got better days ahead. Like I said, she's just a calf, so she's got a lot of time to prove herself. Long body, feminine feature. Young lady's done a nice job. Congratulations. All right, congratulations, Chloe. There are 3 entries in class 13. These are commercial heifers weighing between 585 and 650 pounds. They're shown by Miss Ella Buell of Hall County FFA, Miss Lily Johnson of Buncombe County FFA, and Taylor Parker of Barrett County FFA. Class 2 here in your commercial heifer show. I think a nice way to lead off the gray haired heifer. Really well presented from a hair standpoint for sure. But I think just body type and just ground up, she's the heifer that offers the most good things. Foot size, bone work, dimension, and again, young lady's done a nice job getting her presented. Red heifer and black heifer, second and third, the two that go together. I think for me, I've got the skeletal extension advantage to the heifer that's in second. She's longer from her shoulder back. She's more attractive from her shoulder forward, where her neck comes out of her shoulder. Just a little more brute cow look for me through that front 1/3. I'd like to change both of them from the ground up as they get a little frailer in their bone work for sure, and not as powerful from behind, just studying from their pins forward, but I think just more advantage in terms of pounds and true extension to this upper and second. Nice classic color.
Thank you, Judge. Placing picks in class 13. Winning is Miss Taylor Parker of Barrett County FFA. Second, Lily Johnson of Monson County FFA. And third, Miss Ella Jewell of Hall County FFA. There are also 3 entries in Class 14. These heifers range in weight from 705 to 840 pounds. They're shown by Bo Allen of Barrow County FFA, Paige Spence of Barrow County FFA, and Jackson Bergen of Juan Barrow FFA.
A little more of a challenging class for me. I don't know that the white heifer that wins I would classify as my type. So to have the class winner out here with some question marks right off the bat is concerning, because probably ultimately there's a chance I could make more of a cow out of the heifer in a second in terms of function and long-term doability. The white heifer, I guess, needs to win the day from the ground up and rear forward. She's the biggest bone, she's the biggest ended, she's the biggest rib. Again, structurally, it's a little bit uncoordinated and a bit rigid off of that hock and pasture joint. Again, how big she's going to be, but I think that's one that's going to offer some muscle and dimension to offspring down the road. The heifer behind her, again, I think from a long-term standpoint, I've got a better chance of probably making her more of a producer, just more of a feminine featured female. Today she's green. Today she's further behind that white heifer compositionally at the ground. She's really pretty upright in her pasture, and so I don't know that there's a lot of difference between her and the white heifer in that regard. But I do think there's more function and long-term flexibility from her stifle into her hock joint. That's a long body heifer. She's the longest of the 3, and so that's a pretty good advantage to her as well. Heifer to conclude the class then, more of the type of this heifer that leads out right ahead of her. Plainer made, not as attractive from the ground up and rear forward. Again, a little frailer in her bone work. Her hocks come close together. She travels away from me. I just need more to that heifer to compete with the ones above her.
All right, placings from Class 14. Winning the class is Mr. Brantley Bergen of Juan Barrow FFA. Second is Paige Spence of Barrow County FFA. And third is Bo Allen of Barrow County FFA. We're now ready for Class 15 of our commercial heifer show. There's 3 entries in this class, ranging in weight from 935 to 955 pounds. They're exhibited by Weston Wilson of Madison County FFA, Amy Roper of Franklin County 4-H, and Mallory Lee of Madison County 4-H. Thanks.
And I just make no bones about it. I've got some things I like about all three, and some things I'd certainly change about all three. And this is not how I initially placed it. And I went back and forth. The black heifer that leads off, I think, is the most fault-free, the more my kind, long-term. I think up front, she's got a little crest to her neck, a little brisket, not the prettiest headed animal in the world. But I think from her shoulder back, that's as good. That's the best hit behind the leg out here. That's the best moving heifer out here. And so I'm going to have to give up a little bit of her eye appeal up front. Then my question is, that black and white heifer so stout she needs to be second, and she needs to win the class. This heifer is the best as soon as that young lady gets her stopped and parked. She's just about that's when she needs to win the class. When she's walking, the longer she stands still, the more she falls apart, becomes easy for me. So then I come back to the white heifer that's in second, who's a little down-headed, short neck, not as pretty-fronted, and we got that same problem with the heifer that wins the class. But from her shoulder back, she's stronger in her top, she's longer body, she's just more of a female-looking heifer today. So I'm going to put her second. Love the muscle, love the bone work, love the dimension this heifer's got. But like I said, either like her or you don't out here. This heifer gets awful quick in her step. That's hurting her because every third step she takes, she slips out here because her head's not connected right with her show halter. That heifer, with the mass that she's got probably too much shoulder, too awkward in that front end for me down in her knee. And so that's why she's going to be third today against two heifers. I think they're just more cow-like.
Placing from class 15, winning is Wyatt Wilson, Madison County FFA. Second is Haley Rover, Franklin County 4-H. And third is Mallory Lee of Madison County FFA. Our final class of our commercial show today is class 16. There are 4 entries in this class, ranging in weight from 1,115 pounds to 1,275 pounds. Exhibitors include Weston Wilson, Madison County FFA, Elizabeth Nix, Barrow County FFA, Mallory Lee, Madison County FFA, and Wyatt Waddell, Barrow County 4-H.
straightforward for me, and I'm able to latch onto one that I like extremely well. I think just in terms of femininity and balance, and I feel she's the combination of a show heifer and still a long-term cow prospect for this young lady. Beautiful headed, lengthened neck. Again, as I said in the heifer earlier today, appropriate where her neck comes out of her shoulder and strong and tied to that shoulder top junction. Good hip, good hind leg. I'm going to get critical on her. I'd like to make her a little longer passion. I can just sit down with a bit more flexibility. I think she brought her out in showmanship, if I recall. And at times she could get kind of up on that passion. So this is a heifer that I'd just like to relax ever so slightly and even give another inch or so of length to that ankle. And I think that heifer just moves out even better once you do that. Caramel colored heifer in second. Here's probably a steer producer. Young man can breed her right, making some steer projects down the road because of the muscle mass, the strength of top, the power she's got from the back side of her shoulder on the back. From her shoulder forward, not as classy, not as eye-appealing and feminine featured as the heifer that wins the class. When she walks, she gets a little down-headed. Young man's done a nice job right now keeping that head up. But out on the move, she wants to get a little bit over in her shoulder and her front knee, and then maybe gets that head and neck down where she's just harder to look at. Heifer to conclude the class, then we come back to a female that maybe has more of a production look to her than the heifer right in front of her. A female that's really ultra feminine about her head and neck design. My problem is as you study her from the ground up, she's frailer in her bone work. She's flatter muscle. She's flatter through that upper portion of her skeleton, even though she's probably the deepest body heifer from her elbow back of the trio. I just need to see more to her today.
All right, congratulations to our Class 16 exhibitors. We do have one correction from when we introduced the class. Elizabeth makes some arrow down that they actually scratch. So if you count the names and children, you guys have a discrepancy, that's fine. Winning Class 16 is Miss Mallory Lee of Madison County FFA. Second place is Weston Wilson of Madison County FFA. And third is Wyatt Waddell of Farrah County 4-H. We're now ready for our championship commercial drive.
Do you want anything
Returning
from
from Class 12.
We're getting Caitlin something.
AOB division at cattle shows, your commercial heifers will often give you a lot of variation, maybe it's more so, because at least in your AOB division, you're dealing with registered breeds. So your genetics probably are a little more fine-tuned. You're dealing with those respective breeds, and even though there's some vast variations in those cattle, there are some elite genetics. When you get, not to discredit commercial cattle, but when you get to a commercial division, you don't know how many variations of things you're bringing in. Genetics that may be out of a high dollar seed stock bull, or it could just be the bull you raised out on pasture 2 or 3 years ago, and you're bringing those cattle out. So the variations in the commercial divisions will blow your mind sometimes. Again, as a judge, you come out here and you pick the cattle you like first, whether you agree with them or not, but you stick to your guns. And for me, it's so much of its structure. I've got to make cattle last so much longer than just a showroom. And sometimes this is just a project for kids. They won't ever see these animals ever again. I hope for the most part these kids are trying to build something from them. So I'm out here trying to select cattle that I think in terms of feet, legs, longevity, brood cow prospects, that there's some long-term advantages past the show career. I think we've got some nice heifers up here. I think as we get further down the lineup is when we get to the ones that probably fit more of what we need to do, at least from my standpoint, of structure, volume, balance, and femininity. I think the heifer at the end is going to be the one that fits the bill for me. Congratulations.
The champion commercial heifer comes from Class 16 and is shown by Ms. Mallory Lee of Madison County FFA. Now entering the ring is Weston Wilson's Class 16 entry. The reserve champion commercial heifer comes from Class 15 and is shown by Weston Wilson of Madison County FFA. Congratulations, and put their hands together for these commercial exhibitors.
We move into our Club B division, single entry here. Young lady brings us just a January calf, a nice female in terms of dimension. Get around behind her, that's a heifer that's got a lot of muscle mass for a young age, and I think that's one that offers still goodness at the ground in terms of flexibility and looseness of structure. So I think off to the races with a really nice calf, something to look forward to down the road.
Congratulations, Mackenzie. We're now ready for class 18 of our rugby show. This effort shown by Captain Parrish is one against FFA, and this is September 2025 entry.
Nice September single entry, long body heifer that comes up high out of her shoulder. If I could change this up for more of my liking, I'd angle her up in her structure. She gets awfully upright in her shoulder as well from her stifle down, and you notice that maybe more so out on the move than on the stand as she gets a little bit tight in her knee, so she does flex off of that front end and then gets short and choppy and quick in her step off of that hind leg. But again, I just like to angle her shoulder and then give her more angle from her stifle into her hop to allow that flexibility and freedom of movement, but super strong in her top line where she comes out of the top side of her shoulder and carries that all the way back into her nice single class entry.
Congratulations, Gavin. We'll give you a second to swap holders.
Most moderate, not that loud. Her moderation in size, I think she's the most complete. I think she's the most appropriate in terms of body depth, in terms of boldness to her rib shape, strength, quality down her top. She's a little tender in her step out here. I wish she sat down with a bit more authority in her stride because I think that's a heck of a cow cross thing. If she just moved with a bit more flex and freedom, but again, just a little tender in the way she says goes back two down. And up her behind her, when you come up in frame and skeletal length, she's really long from the point of her shoulder back. With that size and frame, she gives up the natural depth of body that you see in the heifer that stands before. I do think she wants to fight the young man at the halter a little bit, but I do think if she gets her act together, she does probably travel out with a bit more flexibility down into her pasture joint. And again, I'd like to see more natural depth and dimension for her behind.
Placing from class 19, first place goes to Linda Bartle of Lincoln FFA, and second from Patton Parrish, also of Lincoln FFA. We're now ready for our championship ride, our collective breed. Turning from class 17 is Mackenzie Sullins of Lincoln FFA. Class 18, Patton Parrish of Lincoln FFA. And class 19, Linda Bartle, also of Lincoln FFA. So we're also bringing the second place in class 19, shown also by Captain Harris, Lincoln FFA.
You bring your four Bleckies out, I think four nice cattle. For me, if I could just kind of pick the two that I think need to go together and need to win, it'll either be the calf up front or the heifer that's from our third class out here. And they're different. The reason I like the calf up front, I think she's the soundest of the class. And she's just a calf, so typically a lot of calves, even if they're not quite built right structurally, they're usually pretty sound because of their juvenile state. But I think this heifer is just genuinely the most free and flexible. She is still a little upright in her hind leg structure, and so that hop joint might cause her to be a little more rigid as she gets older and gets heavier. But I think today she offers that structural integrity and still a feminine featured female that's got some muscle like I talked about for her age and class is pretty impressive. And you come down here to the third heifer, and here's really a cowy female. She's the broodiest of the group. She's a heifer that I think is very appropriate in terms of rib and center body. She's really a long body heifer. The problem is you think she's short bodied because she's short necked. If she was as long fronted as some of these other heifers out here, you'd really say that's the longest bodied heifer out here, but she's pretty long from the top of her shoulder back to her hook bone. That heifer, as I said in class, is just tender out here moving today. I wish she was more flexible and freer and easier to appreciate in her travel because of her body type and her goodness from the ground up. I wish she was just a little bit more athletic with us today. With that being said, I think I'm going to use your calf up front for champion and follow her for reserve. Congratulations.
Who won?
Our champion from our Flexi division comes out of class 17 and is shown by Ms. Mackenzie Sullivan, Lumpkin FFA. Reserve shown by Linda Bartle, also of Lumpkin County FFA. As we move into the later portion of our show this evening, we have a lot of single entry calves, and we are going to try to consolidate some of those and streamline the process just a little bit. We'll try to keep you apprised of that as we go. Please, exhibitors, if you remember when you go to cash in for your money back in the back of Mrs. Merck, make sure you keep track of your vouchers and have those with you.
Head into our Hereford show, two nice fall heifers. Without a doubt, they're different. The heifer I'm going to choose, the young man I pulled up in front, just more cow-like, more attractive up in her head and neck, front side of her shoulder today. I think she moves out, but commands your attention a little better up through that front end because she does come up higher and cleaner out of that shoulder. From there back, you love the depth of body, just a natural deep body Hereford. Not the stoutest one from behind that you'll ever find, but I think appropriate in terms of everything that she offers and still really good at the ground in terms of her foot size. Young man does a nice job here with this heifer that's in second. A little piecier, if you will. Her head's not as attractive. I think that's where I'm drawn to her. The heifer that wins the class, more so than anything, is just that group cow look. If this heifer gets a little bit boxy headed, a little plainer up through the upper portion of her neck, and then the way she ties in that neck, shoulder forward junction. Really long body heifer. She has the advantage in length and extension today, but again, probably doesn't put everything together quite as attractive as the one that's out ahead of her.
All right, places in class 21 our Hereford show. Winning the class is Bo Knight, Madison County 4-H, and second is Calvin Quaid, also Madison County 4-H. We're now going to bring our championship drive of Herefords, and there are some single entry calves that will join this drive. All those students are going to receive first place honors in their individual classes, so just keep having to bring the cattle through. We're just going to bring those in for consideration of overall. So, representing Class 20 is Connor McQuay of Madison County 4-H. Class 21, Bo Knight of Madison County 4-H. Class 22 is also Bo Knight, Madison County 4-H. Class 23, Connor McQuay of Madison County 4-H. And Class 24 is Miss Kate Gilbert of Banks County at the head.
Yeah, I'm going to go through them and talk them, and then show you a champion in reserve. But as a Hereford breeder, I'll be honest with a lot of people, this is probably one of my least favorite breeds to judge. Okay, I love Hereford cattle, and I don't know if it's because I'm so critical on them that I try to make them cows long past their show career or what it is. But this breed has so many different types of cattle, and I just got off one of the greatest honors probably of my life a month ago, and got to be the associate judge at the Hereford Junior Nationals, which is one of the elite junior nationals in this country. And talk about an unbelievable show, but unbelievable differences in cattle. And we've got that out here. I don't see two alike. And so I'm not going to come out here and say these two have to go together. I'm going to come out and find the two that I like the best that offer the least amount of problems. We bring our fall heifer back in that's up front that we saw in that class of two. And this heifer I'm drawn to very quickly, just from that practical look of what I just talked about. Trying to make one past the show career, I think she offers a lot of good out here. I don't know that this is one that I would say, this is the best Hereford show heifer I've ever seen. She's not a stout from behind. She's not ultra feminine up to her front end, but she has got a cow head, neck, certainly shoulder design, and then she's just so naturally deep from her elbow into her flank, and a good footed female, as I said in class. The calf that we bring out for the first time behind her is a female that's really youthful. She should be. She's green out here, as she should be. I'd like to see her maybe just a little fuller and bolder in that center body today for her to really come out and blow you away. But I think fundamentals, she offers so many of the right pieces long term. I don't know how competitive she's going to be today with her age, but I think from the ground up and rear forward, this heifer has a really good future like the heifer in front of her and those behind, because of structure, balance, and femininity. Again, I'd probably just like to see a little bit more fullness, right from her forerib, maybe straighten up that hind leg ever so slightly, bring that hop in, but that's a pretty functional hind leg underneath one. Heifer behind her. Heifer that's a little shorter necked, like to carve off the upper portion of that neck today and extend her out to her front end to match the length of body that she's got from there back. That heifer's fresh. That heifer's been brought along very well. She's a heifer that what you see is what you get. Not a lot of bells and whistles, but I think in terms of function and form, she moves really well. I just like to make her more pleasing to the eye up to her front 1/3. The heifer behind her is one that's in contention. This one's another fresh female. For her size and power, I think she's been brought along very, very well. Another one that doesn't blow me away up in her head, in her neck. I think she's angled enough in her shoulder. She's got a little more shoulder than some other heifers that we've talked about. But see, she's also got a little more from behind. That heifer, I think, two that I do think go together that are in contention would be this heifer up front and her, and I wish we could combine the rump and tail head structure. This heifer almost drops down a little bit in that tail head in relation to where her hooks are. This heifer in relation to her hooks probably is a little bit bolder and more upright in that tail head, and I'd like to lay it and set it down in that rump a little neater today. So combine those two heifers together, then I think we're talking about the champion female. The heifer that concludes the lineup, our senior yearling, or September. This heifer I could probably, to make more ideal for me, freshen up ever so slightly. And she's probably been reserved from that standpoint, not pushed hard. And so to me, I get back and I see her getting a little bit weak in her top, and then you get back and love her length of hip. That's the longest hip heifer out here. But then she's getting a little patchy in her pin set. I think that heifer, if she was fresher, if she was stronger and just more powerful in that center rib, I think that heifer's the champion out here today. She looks a little bit wasty out here for me from end to end. Then I work my way to the ground, and again, what I like most about this lineup are all these cattle have got good feet and legs underneath them, and that's what really starts for me, and then trying to make them cows past their show career. This is maybe the hardest division I have. Again, I'm so critical on Herefords, but this is a tough selection. Let's give them a round of applause. I'll walk through them and find the two I like the best.
Our champion Hereford will be for class 21, Mr. Bo Knight from the Madison County 4-H chapter. Now entering the ring is Mr. Calvin McQueen from class 21. And our reserve Hereford will be for class 23, Mr. Connor McQueen from the Madison County 4-H chapter.
hair, and I'm going to come back here and talk about this second place heifer. This is maybe the most disappointing one to me. I love this heifer on the stand, and I remember from showmanship, and this young lady does an awesome job. She always has this heifer right on point, and that's why I think she's so good on the stand. And when you get her out moving today, this pastern joint is rigid, a little bit upright, it's tight, and so she changes. This heifer is so good right here, and then when you get her out moving, that rigid pasture alone just throws her off. And that's why I think that's one of the most disappointing heifers to me today, because man, I like that one on the stand so well. And this heifer starts to separate herself more and more as we walk these cattle, because she is freer. She's got a longer pastern and a more angled and flexible pastern joint that allows that hind leg to move with more comfort today. And she's longer body, and she's higher performance. That's a really good heifer that I don't want to discredit out here just because I'm drawn to a lot of things in that second place female. This is a good one here that leads out. Like I said, the heifer in second, she's moderate. She's just a neat kind of heifer. Pretty headed, pretty neck, shoulder junction, beautiful down her top. Just again, once you get her out traveling today, I said it all with that pasture joint. That's what hurts her. The heifer to conclude the class then, a very fresh, made female compositionally. I like where she's at, because she's got a lot of room to grow and develop. This heifer's long fronted, this heifer's long body. You get around behind these three heifers, she's just the one that's probably the flattest through her upper skeleton and flatter from behind as well. But I certainly think offers some quality in the ground, and she too is more flexible off that hind leg than the heifer that goes out right ahead of her. Division out, just two heifers, but a nice pair. We bring the red one back out that we had in that class, and I think so much good about her, especially when you stop and get her parked. She had the advantage in her hind leg movement and down in her ankle in relation to a nice heifer that was second behind her in class. If I could change her today, I'd maybe strengthen her up right in that shoulder top junction. It's not bad, but it's just deep enough that you do notice it. That heifer's not the prettiest, cleanest front one we've had today. If you want to talk about one that's appropriate for me and long term, I see with a lot of brood cow potential, because you go from her chest into that actual rib that she's got to her, really a good cow prospect. And she's white-based. Both of these heifers are white-based if you get around behind them. The difference is this one is more natural. You come to the black white-faced heifer here behind her. She's so white-based that it actually works against her, and it starts up high. She's tighter hinged in her hip. And then as you come down, and then maybe wants to get up in that tail head, so she's tight hinged there, and as you work her way down, like I said, I love her base width because it shows you the true dimension she's got from stifle to stifle and through that lower quarter, but she's tight. So she's tight hinged in her hip, and then her hock and her pastern joint move the same. She too is like another heifer that we talked about earlier, kind of upright in that ankle today, and so she doesn't move off with the flex of freedom that this red heifer does. But because of that base width that I'm talking about, there's so much natural dimension within that heifer, all the way from her center quarter right to the backside of her shoulder. I just wish she was a little sounder today. We're going to use your heifer up front from that class of 2 for your champion today. We'll bring that second place back in and pick your reserve. Congratulations. Give these young ladies a round of applause.
Congratulations, Margaret Wilburn, Jefferson City Middle, FFA. She's your champion high percent Senegal heifer today. We need Billy Burns of Banks County 4-H. Back in the ring, please.
Just a quick comment, because I like that heifer so well all day long. We get to bring her back out within this division as the second place. And again, I like so many of the cow-like qualities that she's got, from her nose to her tail head. As you work your way down to the ground, I just wish she had a bit more flex and angle to that passion joint, but the same goes for the heifer that's behind her. But I like to keep those two heifers together, and she's going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations, Billy Burns of Banks County 4-H. She's your reserve champion high percent. Put your hands together for all of our high percent Senegal present today. We're now ready for our main heifer show. There are 3 heifers present that signed up to this breed, and they are far enough in age that they are 3 single entry classes. So we're going to present those to you as a championship drive, and we'll let Judge Blue talk those in their own right, and then show you which two he likes to be champion.
almost done.
He brings this cat back out. We saw her in showmanship, and this heifer, as I said, in that division, with more time and working with her, I think she'll get more comfortable in the shoulder. And she just fights the halter, doesn't want to hold her head up the best in the world, and that kind of throws off everything else. As I told her in showmanship this morning, as you get around behind these cattle, that heifer gets a little narrower gauge for me than what I'd like. I can pull her apart just all the way throughout her whole skeleton and give her a bit more top shape and dimension back to her pins, and then certainly from her hock down. The heifer behind her has got loads of middle, depth of body, volume, and capacity. Wish she was a little fresher. With that shape, rib, and volume that she's got, she's probably got more front end than what I prefer. This heifer, whether it's a little bit of condition or just also build, she just kind of comes in. I see a lot of just femininity more so in her back end than up front, because as you work your way forward, she actually gets a little wider and coarser and open in her shoulders. You have a really nice valley female up in her head design. Again, at the ground, she's sound enough. Today, I just freshen her up. The heifer behind her, I think, has that advantage. This heifer's fresher, she's prettier, she's more powerful out through her tail head and rump structure today. I think just everything's pieced together through that back 1/3 feather. She's a really long body heifer, not only from her shoulder forward, but from there back. Maybe one of the things I like most about her are those big feet that she stands down on. Man, those are 4 big feet, and that's going to be one of the best attributes you can ask of her to pass on to the next generation. I'm a big fan of feet. We've got to make these feet good in cattle from a longevity standpoint, and I think that heifer offers a lot of good from the ground up and her forward. Want to use her for champion? We'll follow with the heifer directly in front of her for reserve. Congratulations to all 3 of you. Put your hands together for them. get into our purebred Simmentals, a nice trio here. And I think a good top pair, and honestly, when they first hit the ring, I had them switched. There's more to the heifer and second. And I love those things about her that I like. The rib, the dimension, the bone work. She's got a little shoulder. She's got a left rear foot that concerns me. And I just mentioned that to the young man. And so I start weighing my things out, and this heifer that wins isn't 12 o'clock today. But I think she's got the pieces, and we bring cattle, show cattle especially, on at different times. The true masters of this profession are the ones that know I can feed this one for a local show, I can feed this one for the state fair, I can feed this one in January for the Cattlemen's Congress in Oklahoma. You're not always ready at the same time. As I analyze this one, structure, balance, femininity, although she gives up the lower rib, center dimension to the heifer behind her, this is the one I think months down the road you're really going to like because she starts at the ground with better feet, she's long bodied, she's super feminine. I think if we can just get the right amount of groceries in her and bring her along at the rate that she needs to come, that'll be one you really like. Today, this is one that, like I said, could win the class. If you want to start with her, I'm with you because of those things that I talked about. I just get concerned up front. She's not as attractive in her neck, shoulder fore-rib junction. And again, this left rear foot is not a problem today, but something we need to watch down the road. Also, would like to lay that tail head a little bit more ideal within a run. Then the heifer to conclude the class just comes into a pair of females that are just more attractive and more powerful. This heifer is feminine. This heifer is nice balance from the profile. But you get around behind the three heifers, she's the one that gives the most up from the ground up and rear forward in terms of bone work and true power. Nice trio of heifers.
Placings from Class 29 Simmental, winning the class is Landon Clark, Hall County 4-H. Second is Hunter Major, also of Hall County 4-H. And third, Wyatt Waddell of Barrow County 4-H. We have two single entry heifers in our Simmental show that are going to come in with our championship drive. So the champion drive will be coming into the ring right now. Exhibitors are Landon Clark from Class 29. Anna Dale of Banks County FFA from Class 30, and Hallie Elrod of Jackson County 4-H from Class 32.
Good division here, and again, not a lot of cattle, but good ones. I keep saying it all day. You can go to a lot of shows around this country, just local shows, county fairs, and not see this much quality in the champion lineup, and you've got this much quality within breed divisions. So again, that's compliments to this community and this area of counties that demand such excellence within your livestock industry. We talked about this heifer that comes back out of our first class. She's a female that's ultra feminine and got a lot of good things ahead of her. Is she ready today? No, and that's why I said she almost got beat in that class by a heifer that had a bit more to her and dimension. But I think long term, because of structure and femininity, she'll be a fun one. The heifer that comes in that we haven't seen yet, the August. I like this heifer. I used the word appropriate a few times today because I like that word. She may not be the flashiest, but if she's appropriate, that means she's got the right pieces. She's appropriate in her shoulder. She's appropriate in her rib shape and her build, where she transitions into her forehead, the amount of shape that she's got. We can put too much meat in some of these females for me. And if you're producing that type of product, show steers or big powerful bulls, that's okay. But I like females to also look like females. And I think she does that in an appropriate way. And as you continue to work your way back and down to the ground, a good hind leg and certainly a beautiful foot that she stands down on. A big heifer behind her, I think one that'll be fun on down and into this fall because you've managed her right in terms of freshness at this point. This female, not perfect off of her rear leg, maybe gets a little weaker right. I like her transition into her forerib, but then I can build her up and make her stronger in that top, right in that forerib and center rib today to match the length of front and length of hip that she's got. She's powerful enough from behind as well. I think that's a really good Cali female with a lot of the right pieces. I can just tweak her ever so slightly in a couple of areas. I think for me, again, I come down and I find the one in a division like this that offers me the least amount of problems or the things that I think, again, are appropriate. And I keep coming back to the August right there in the middle. Congratulations.
In the back.
Your champion Simmental heifer is shown by Miss Anna Dale of Grant County FFA. And your reserve champion Simmental is shown by Miss Holly Elrod of Jackson County 4-H.
What's the Bates County?
We're going to take just a few minutes now to make sure we're organized. of Jackson County 4-H. Representing the All Other Breeds Division is Miss Emma Patton of Jackson Empower FFA. Representing the Key Influence Breed is Miss Riley Moon of Madison County FFA. Our champion commercial heifer is shown by Ms. Mallory Lee of Madison County FFA. Champion fleck feed is shown by Ms. Mackenzie Sullins of Lumpkin County FFA. Our champion Hereford is presented by Bo Knight of Madison County 4-H. Champion High Percent Simmental is presented by Ms. Margaret Wilburn of Jefferson City Middle FFA. Our champion Maine heifer is shown by Ms. Riley Moon of Madison County FFA. And our champion Simmental by Ms. Anna Dale of Banks County FFA. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your heifer champions from the 2026 Jackson EMC Quality Beef Show. Please put your hands together for them.
Well, again, I'll extend my thanks to all of you here in Jackson County and surrounding communities. Dr. Seeger's phone call to come join you. Like I said, it's been a long time since I've been up here, but I know this community, and I know the quality of cattle that is produced in this part of the state of Georgia, and the reputation precedes you.
Oh, Kate, I really like
You're
her.
expected to see good cattle when you come up.
Hereford's a big
So
style
I
down
didn't know what I was going to see today,
good is
but I was highly
is the
confident
hangers.
I'd see good ones, and we've got good ones. Let's give our champion
Okay.
hunters a nice round of
All right.
applause. For,
Start to school next week.
and if you don't agree with me on
Good.
all of them,
All right.
I'm
Good
fully
night.
confident we all have great opinions in this business. And when I get my champion lineup, I'm highly confident. Well, one of the most important things I look for was structure. I look for heifers that look like heifers. I've never been in the steer business. If I raise steers, they go on a truck out west. But I've never been a big show steer producer. And so cattle that are feminine, cattle that are sound, cattle that have looks of longevity will often do pretty good underneath me, and then we can get a lot of particulars in there. But I'm not going to go through these cattle. I've talked enough today and bored you enough with my descriptions, but I'm thankful for these kids. I'm thankful first off that we live in the United States of America. I'm thankful for the freedom that we have to do something. Think about traveling the world and telling people you do this. You can tell people in our country that you show cattle and you'll get a strange look. This isn't everyday stuff. This is a little bit off the wall what we do. But man, like I said earlier today, what better way to raise your children in an environment of agriculture. And like I said, Jennifer and I never were going to force our kids to show cattle, but we were going to expose them to it, because the greatest thing that these kids have is the exposure to it, to go out as they become young adults in a messed up world and still be advocates for the most greatest thing that the Lord ever did, and that is create this. I've always said you cannot have a true appreciation for agriculture if you don't have a true appreciation for the creator of it all. And if you want to argue with me on that, we can do it all day long. But where we've messed up in this country is we continue to get further and further away from the Creator. If I can just share one thing with you, I'm not going to get into a big, long, drawn-out speech today. I hope you all had a good summer. And now we're starting back to school, and now we're getting back into routine. And so today, the only thing I want to do outside of picking you a couple of champion heifers is to just speak blessing over your children. Like I said, this world is a mess. We send these kids off to school, and we don't have our eyes on them for a few hours during the day. We send our kids off in the vehicles. We've got a 16-year-old driving now. You don't believe your prayer life increases until you get 16-year-old. But you stick kids in vehicles, and there's to and from school, and there's to and from ball games, and there's to and from all kinds of activities. Pray for your kids every morning. Pray over your kids for their safety. I speak blessing over their health. I'm a true testament to a miracle. I walked through cancer a few years ago, and I'm glad to be able to be out here and to work with your kids because I've been given another opportunity to do something grateful in life, and that's to serve the Lord first and my family second. I speak just strength and endurance on the football field, on the softball field, whatever these kids do, showing cattle. As I said earlier this morning, all of these kids have God-given gifts. As parents, please step back and analyze what your kids are good at. Don't force stuff on them. Let them show you what their interests are. And I'm not going to tell you that you don't need to step in and interfere every now and then, because that's what good parenting does. But these kids will show you what they're good at. And I can guarantee you every one of these kids is good at something. They've been given a lot of gifts and talents, and it's our job as adults to make sure we lead them in the right direction so that they will not be a hindrance on our society like so many kids are being raised in today's world. Raise them right, teach them right, and thankfully they're in agriculture where they have a pretty good foundation and good example. But again, that's my comments. Thank you for having me again. I'll pick you a couple that I like. Again, put your hands together. A really good show, and thankful to EMC for putting this event on for you.
Grand champion female comes from our Angus show, and she's shown by Miss Allie Elrod of Jackson County 4-H. Now in the rings our reserve champion Angus, shown by Miss Keaton Schultz of Jackson Empower FFA.
Make a brief comment because I think there's three heifers it comes down to. We used our champion, and I just think the world of her. I think she's been managed really right for your show, and beautiful specimen from the profile. She's got some shape. Most importantly, she's really good from the ground up. Then I think it comes to these two heifers right in front of me. Her main heifer is just really, really sound. Really, as I talked in her class of division, big feet, love her feet. She's probably been managed to the point where, and I'm aware of what goes on. We've got the state fair coming up in a couple of months. We've not pushed this effort probably for that reason. And so today, I don't know that how close we are to 12 o'clock, we're not there. And I'm okay with that because I understand our circumstances. But that heifer's made really, really well. The Simmental behind her, I love to pieces. She's younger. Likely I'll go with the older heifer. I haven't made my mind up yet, just because when the older heifers are good, that's what we need to do. We let these babies prove themselves. But this is a fall heifer that I think has got, if she never amounts to a show heifer, I can latch onto this type all day long. Again, good feet, good bone work, sound, really just appropriate. She's not flashy, and that's why I say she's appropriate. I don't know that a lot of people would come out and be drawn to her because she's not maybe your trendy show heifer type, but when she's got as many of the right pieces that she does, she catches my eye for sure from a show ring standpoint, but more importantly, from a long-term cow perspective. Let's give these kids another big round of applause because I think we've had a great, great show.
The reserve champion heifer comes out of our Hyper 6 Simmental show, and she is shown by, I'm sorry, main names you show. It's shown by Miss Riley Moon of Madison County FFA. Guys, we thank you all for coming out today. That concludes our show for this year. We thank you again.